which is good for 30 days, provides access to a handful of sites for one price, eliminating the need to purchase individual tickets.
This is sort of the packaged best value and also most flexible itinerary so that somebody can come to Hollywood or come to Los Angeles and be able to explore on their own account.
Visitors or tourists can choose from top Hollywood landmarks, including Madame Tussauds, Starline bus tours, Dolby Theater guided tours, or the Hollywood Museum.
It's great because really it just bundles all the main attractions here in Hollywood into one thing. And so it's a great way to kind of see everything at a good value, and everybody wants value.
The Hollywood Explorer Pass costs $69 and will offer residents or tourists a choice of 4 Hollywood attractions. In all, it will save them about $50. City officials say that Los Angeles welcomed 43 million tourists last year, and they hope to attract even more tourist dollars by providing an affordable and valuable experience.
We have a one-of-a-kind brand that cannot be fully recreated anywhere else in the world. So let's own that, let's enjoy it, let's promote it, and let's provide a quality experience here in Hollywood.
A quality experience that officials hope will keep tourists coming back for more. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
The Hollywood Explorer Pass is now available from Madame Tussauds, Red Line, or Starline tours. And another tourist hotspot has some big news. A new addition will soon appear on downtown LA's business horizon, a sign of growing international interest in the City of Angels. Anna Marcos takes us to a groundbreaking that will change not only LA's economic horizon, but its skyline.
It now lies at the foot of all those tall buildings in downtown LA's sports and entertainment district. But soon the Oceanwide Plaza project will tower over many of them after city leaders broke ground on construction. Oceanwide Plaza will boast 3 high-rise towers, one of them a 5-star hotel. It will provide 500 luxury housing units and 183 new hotel rooms for LA. It's the first project in the U.S. by the Oceanwide Holdings Company, one of China's largest business conglomerates.
With the joint efforts, the economic integration between China and the United States is becoming more and more close.
The continuing expansion of the downtown LA Renaissance has helped fuel this international interest.
This project represents yet another significant example of the confidence that international investors are showing in Los Angeles.
We not only have the most visitors from China, the most residents of Chinese descent, that we have the most investment and companies from China. We also have the most students from China, and they're the next generation of investing and feeling like Los Angeles is their home.
The project will also include commercial space, including a 2-story shopping galleria, restaurants, a rooftop pool, health spa, and nightclub.
Every great city needs a great downtown. This is where we interchange with culture. This is where we interchange with commerce. This is where the jobs are created. And we're now moving in that direction for downtown LA. We're providing that hub that we've always dreamed about.
The project will provide thousands of construction as well as permanent jobs for Angelenos. It is scheduled to open in 2018. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Oceanwide Plaza is surrounded by LA Live, Staples Center, and the South Park neighborhood. Cinemark, one of the largest movie theater companies in the country, has raised the curtain on a brand new theater in Playa Vista, and officials say it's just the beginning of the area's transformation. Yana Kay reports.
With its lavish seating and enormous movie screen, this new state-of-the-art Cinemark movie theater is now open for business in Playa Vista. Executives say the theater is not only luxurious, but one of the most technologically advanced, offering a 450-seat auditorium, 70-foot ceiling-to-floor screen, and state-of-the-art audio formats with more than 60 speakers. It also comes with luxury lounger recliners that lie flat and a reserve lounge. Moviegoers will also be able to order beer, wine, and high-end food.
It's a great place to come and enjoy dinner. The loungers actually have tables so you can eat your dinner while you're watching the movie, and it's an extremely comfortable environment. It's a great venue for escaping and going out and watching a great movie.
City officials and executives gathered to officially open Cinemark's state-of-the-art 9-screen movie theater at Runway in Playa Vista.
The ability to use these theaters not just for movies but to communicate across the country and across the world, this is befitting the entertainment capital of the world.
The new theater will be part of Runway Playa Vista, a new mixed-use development that will offer residents and tourists a wide range of services, including high-end restaurants, retail shops, and other amenities.
Plazas located throughout the property or people gathering places, water features, fire pits, extensive common area furniture that's going to help promote that stay-a-while concept, if you will.
The theater will bring 100 new jobs to Playa Vista. City officials say the area will eventually grow to house more than 13,000 residents.
This is Playa Vista alive. This is the fulfillment of the promise that people have waited over a decade for.
A fulfillment that officials hope will bring even more development to the area. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
LA already has an earthquake plan to retrofit many of its most vulnerable buildings in the next 5 to 25 years, but many owners can't afford it. Now, at last, they might get a financial incentive in the form of a proposed state tax break. Anna Marcos explains.
Van Nuys City Hall may be old and historic, but its earthquake readiness is up to date. The entire building has been seismically retrofitted. City and state leaders are hoping a proposed tax break encourages more property owners to do the same for their older buildings. Assemblymember Adrian Nazarian has introduced Assembly Bill 428, which would give building owners a 5-year 30% tax credit for retrofitting their buildings.
The benefits to this tax credit are enormous. On average, $1 spent to reduce disaster losses provides the nation about $4 in future benefits.
When disaster hits, we will have prepared in a way that saves lives, saves property, and just as importantly, saves Los Angeles itself.
City leaders have joined with Nazarian to support the measure. The bill fits in with Mayor Eric Garcetti's plan to make LA earthquake safe before the next big one hits. He believes it will be much worse than the 1994 Northridge quake.
This bill encourages building owners to take action now.
Earthquakes, they don't understand municipal boundaries. And we have got to prepare ourselves, not just as a city, but we need to work with government across the board.
The city of LA has come up with much stricter earthquake building codes for newer structures in the last 40 years. But there are still more than 1,500 concrete vulnerable buildings and more than 11,000 soft-story buildings, which could crumble during a quake at any time.
The soft story challenge that we have here in the San Fernando Valley is especially pronounced. These are the very same buildings that provide us with so much of our affordable housing in the San Fernando Valley, much of it rent-controlled. At the same time, many of these buildings are owned by mom-and-pop apartment building owners who don't necessarily have the resources to do the upgrades.
The bill now goes to committee before being heard by the full state assembly, then making the rounds in the legislature. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Mayor Eric Garcetti's own earthquake plan, which sets deadlines for the retrofitting of LA's most vulnerable buildings, is called Resilience by Design. 2 communities take the initiative to beautify their neighborhoods without waiting for the city to do all the heavy lifting. Gil Reyes shows us some get-up-and-go spirit from the valley.
In Pacoima, this happy mom walks away with a new apricot tree to decorate her yard. She can thank the local nonprofit group Tree People for giving away some 400 fruit trees free.
No condition. They can just come, they register, they have to take a workshop on how to take care and plant their tree correctly, and then they can come and get a tree. That's it.
Tree People has organized planting workshops and tree giveaways throughout LA County for nearly 30 years. Donations make this possible. This time, Tree People partners with Councilman Felipe Fuentes and community group Pacoima Beautiful to spruce up one of the valley's oldest neighborhoods. Fruit trees provide more than just garden decor and healthy eating.
So what that means is we cool down our environment, and doing that is far more inexpensive from a resource perspective than turning on your air conditioners.
Weeks later, Councilman Fuentes joined another group taking action to improve their surroundings. That's the Lakeview Terrace Improvement Association. Volunteers cleared out weeds and picked up trash along a 2-mile stretch of Van Nuys Boulevard.
Everyone has a responsibility to keep their property up and come out and make sure the front of their property is kept clean. If there's a problem, they can call the city, and the city will respond.
For help with bigger problems like graffiti removal and bulky item pickup, you can call the city's helpline, 311, for assistance. Otherwise, there is no rule against fixing smaller problems on your own, or, better yet, with friends and neighbors. In Lakeview Terrace, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Councilman Fuentes also recently teamed with volunteers to freshen up Dyer Elementary School in Sylmar. And LA firefighter fallen in the line of duty gets a permanent memorial and a floor dedicated in his honor. But he has plenty of company as 5 other fallen comrades are also remembered. Anna Marcos has the story.
He collapsed and died while on duty, overseeing the LA Fire Department's Metropolitan Dispatch Call Center. And now Fire Captain Matthew McKnight is getting honored with the unveiling of this memorial. He died of a job-related medical condition. McKnight will also get an entire floor at the dispatch center renamed after him.
When I think about Matt, I think of solid, smart, methodical. I knew Matt as a staff assistant first, had some big fires with Matt. And just like I said, he was methodical, organized, he was preemptive, he was ready for the next step at all times.
About 26 firefighters and civilians and 4 officers manned the LAFD Metropolitan Fire Communications Center, taking about 2,500 emergency calls from citizens each day. It can be a stressful and demanding job. City leaders are also honoring 5 other firefighters at the dispatch center who died while on active duty.
Nothing will ever make up for the loss, I know that, of Captain McKnight and these other heroes. But today we do celebrate. We celebrate not a sad occasion, as much as it pains us that they're not here. We celebrate greatness.
McKnight died in August of 2013 after serving the city for more than 31 years. He leaves behind a wife, 2 children, and 2 firefighter brothers. But his memory lives on, along with his fire axe and helmet, which now become part of the permanent memorial in his honor. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The other 5 firefighters honored were Peter Rose, John Scott Phillips, Michael Hallett, Juan Ojeda, and Rainer Montiel. An expo that showcases the latest technological advances for people living with disabilities. A man faces criminal charges after a 9-year-old child takes a gun to school, and a new park opens in West LA. These stories in City Beat. The annual Abilities Expo took place earlier this month at the Los Angeles Convention Center and brought out those with disabilities, their caretakers, and service providers in search of resources, information, and devices. The event showcases cutting-edge technology and educational information for the disabled community. Workshops, demonstrations, and performances were featured, including an adaptive dance class showing that even those with limited physical range can still enjoy exercising and dancing.
We see technology making giant changes to what people with a disability can do. It kind of narrows the gap and helps equal things so that people with a disability are able to do so many more things that just anybody else can do.
I'm a paraplegic. I was in a motorcycle accident in 2008, and the Abilities Expo is ways to make disability ability no matter what situation you're in, regardless if you can walk or not walk.
Vendors showcased items ranging from the latest models and wheelchairs to modified vehicles. The LA City Attorney's Office has filed a criminal case against a Valley resident for allowing a 9-year-old child to take a loaded semi-automatic weapon to school after reportedly finding it under a dog bed. 2 other guns were also found in the home that were also allegedly not properly stored.
We allege that a 9-year-old boy brought a loaded semi-automatic weapon to his Tarzana Elementary School. It was loaded, we allege, with a magazine containing 11 rounds.
City Attorney Mike Fewer said a member of the school staff noticed the gun and brought it to the attention of law enforcement. This is the 3rd and latest criminal charge of this kind filed by the City Attorney's Office to increase gun safety through public awareness and education. Carthay Circle Park in West LA has reopened with a brand new irrigation system. The improvements to conserve water were a result of a partnership between the Department of Recreation and Parks and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. In addition to the new irrigation system, Carthay Circle Park now features regionally compatible grass, plants, and decomposed granite pathways. These changes translate into approximately 243 gallons of water saved. It's a park and and rec center named after the singer who made the song La Bamba famous. The Ritchie Valens Rec Center has undergone some rehab to make playing here a lot more kid-friendly and earth-friendly, too. Anna Marcos has more.
Even adults turn into children at the thought of running over the brand new turf at the Ritchie Valens Rec Center soccer field. And Councilmember Felipe Fuentes is the biggest kid of all as he leads his young charges.
I love running in the grass a lot.
There was a lot of rocks that when you fell down in the grass, it would hurt. And so not only have we made the grass nicer and the ground softer, we've done it in a way that we're going to go ahead and water smarter so that we don't waste water.
The soccer field not only has new turf, but a new irrigation system that's water efficient.
We chose this park because it had the original irrigation system had been completely, was falling apart and it was not maintainable anymore.
The earth-friendly features mean better water conservation. This newly revamped soccer field will save the city 5 million gallons of water each year.
The snowfalls have been diminished and the water is getting less. We're doing more with less at this park.
Less water used and more green underfoot. The kids, it seems, are happy to have all that green to run on. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
In this week's list of things to do, the Big Bunny Spring Fling at the Zoo, an antique kimono market, and the LA Harbor Film Festival. The LA Zoo is celebrating spring with 3 days of exciting activities as part of its Big Bunny Spring Fling from Friday, April 3rd through Sunday, April 5th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day. Fun for youngsters includes photos with Big Bunny as well as the chance to pet real bunnies. There's face painting, musical entertainment, and costumed characters. All activities are free with paid zoo admission, except Big Bunny photos, which are available for a nominal fee. The Los Angeles Zoo and Botanical Gardens is located in Griffith Park at 5333 Zoo Drive. Go to lazoo.org. If you are interested in Japanese fashion and culture, the Antique Kimono and Hagire pop-up market on Saturday, April 4th can't be missed. It takes place at the Craft and Folk Art Museum at 5814 Wilshire Boulevard from noon to 4 p.m. The event is produced by Rinko Kimino, an established Japanese author, designer, and kimono expert who serves as a cultural ambassador by introducing goods well known in Japan to an American marketplace. Rinko will be bringing antique kimonos and obis, as well as hagire, small pieces of kimono fabric, ready to be imagined into something beautiful. Go to cafam.org/programs for details. And the annual LA Harbor International Film Festival is here from Thursday, April 9th to Sunday, the 12th. The popular Read the Book, See the Movie event kicks off the festival on Thursday, April 9th. This year's selection is The Red Pony by Nobel Prize author John Steinbeck and the 1949 movie version starring Robert Mitchum and Myrna Loy. The film being shown on Friday, April 10th, the official opening night, will be The Magnificent Seven. All films will be shown at Warner Grand Theater, located at 478 West 6th Street in historic downtown San Pedro. For times and the complete film festival schedule, go to laharborfilmfest.com. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. While most of us celebrate the new year in winter, many cultures celebrate the new year in the spring. And over at City Hall, city leaders helped usher in Persian New Year in council chambers, as well as with a special reception in the City Hall Rotunda. Persian New Year, or Nowruz, is celebrated by Iranian Americans of varying faiths.
The diversity in their ethnic and religious background, Baha'i, Jewish, Armenian, and Muslim, represents the strength of diversity within the Persian community as well.
It's common when celebrating Nowruz to set up a traditional table setting known as the Hafseen, which includes 7 items, all starting with the letter S in the Persian alphabet. Nowruz literally means new day and begins on the first day of spring at the moment of the equinox. That's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Don't hurt me this way. Don't touch me this way.
When a physical encounter occurs between man and machine, the machine always wins. Please, don't lose. Obey all the rules of the road.
Don't let me make the same mistake again.
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. President and members there. As we get started here, I see Mr. Price is right here. Are we at 10 yet, or are you okay? You're at 9, so we're going to keep going. I want to introduce the great interim director of the County of Los Angeles Public Health Department. I want to welcome Cynthia Harding right here. Give her a big hand right now. Also, Bernard Tolliver. Bernard is the Public Information Officer. Join us too, as well as Heather Northover. Come right up here right now. The Health Department for the County of Los Angeles, Dave Baca. The Health Department is important to all of the residents of the County of Los Angeles. And the Health Department, years ago, independently, because we are our own health department, the City of Los Angeles, consolidated as a government efficiency effort. And every year, they reach out in the United States between the second week in April 6th, Mr. Mayor's deputy over there, to the 12th. Make sure you tell the mayor it's Public Health Week, because we have to be aware of public health. We all know how important public safety is and public education. John Marshall High, where'd you go to high school? In L.A.? No? L.A.?
L.A.
What high school?
St. Bernard's High School.
St. Bernard's High School, up by the airport. Where'd you go?
Oakwood School.
Oakwood School, right in North Hollywood. Yep. All right, good. I went to John Marshall High, 3939 Tracy Street. Public education, public safety, public works that's meeting right now to help improve the roads in Ed Roybal hearing room right here. But public health is so important, we forget about it sometimes, because Southern Californians are often very healthy people to the great weather that we have. So when I was over the county building over on Figueroa, I walked into the health department and said hello and said, what's new? And they told us about this event, and I thought it would be important to bring recognition for you and all your staff members to be aware of it next week, that we do salute the health department and all the work that comes off. Kickstart a Healthier You. That's the title of the program, where they have a community public health expo. It takes place right here in Mr. Weezar's district, El Pueblo. And I know your staff has worked very hard on that, as well as the staff. On the 11th of April, the health department provides and promotes good health and well-being for everyone in the city and county. And Mr. Fuentes, I just got to ask these questions because you're one of the smartest guys here. How many cities in the county of Los Angeles? Yeah. Of Los Angeles. Very good. 88. You got it there. All right. Give Mr. Fuentes, we got to give him a test there. Good job. I love you, man. This is what it's all about. All the cities working together for public health. So this is the mission, is to protect the health and prevent disease, injury, and promote health and well-being for everybody, not just in the city, but in the county. And that being said, the role of the county health department includes preventing and controlling diseases, providing health education through community outreach, as well as conducting restaurant and health inspections, facilities inspections carried out for the population on a care-based surveillance. All this is so key to us, and this week is so important that I didn't want the week to go by. I want to join with the supervisors of the County of Los Angeles and salute this. And on behalf of Mayor Eric Garcetti and all the City Council, therefore be it resolved by adoption of this resolution, the Los Angeles City Council does thereby declare April 6th through April 12th as Public Health Week in the City of Los Angeles, and to improve for all residents and our neighborhood councils and anyone who's involved with a friends group, involved with their parks, wherever it is, that we should be aware that this is to promote public health and make sure each organization join in an effort to promote good public health practices. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Let's give the County Health Department a big hand.
A big hand. Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. County Health Department. Thank you very, very much.
Now, Cynthia Harding, the director, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Councilman LaBonge. This is quite an honor. Thank you, President Wesson and Mayor Garcetti and all of the members of the City Council for this wonderful recognition of Public Health Week. We truly value our long-standing partnership with the City of Los Angeles, and I look forward to co-hosting with you the Public Health Expo at the Olvera Street on April 11th. There will be live entertainment. There will be free health screenings and a wonderful time for the entire family, so I hope many of you can come out and join us. Public health is a really important time to raise awareness about our collective efforts to prevent disease, to prepare for natural and man-made disasters and emergencies, and to ensure a healthy environment for all. And we have conducted a number of collaborative projects with the City of LA, which we're very proud about. Earlier, Councilman Labange, you honored the public library, and this year we worked with your public libraries to do flu vaccinations. We are very proud of the article that came out in LA Times today about the health plan that the City of LA has invested in, and your work to launch healthy initiatives throughout the entire city through this plan is wonderful. And our Environmental Health Division continues to work with your city on making sure that our vibrant food culture is both safe and protects people. So we value this partnership. We continue to work with you, and we are very, very grateful for this recognition for Public Health Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardy. And Mr. Englander and members, I'm going to get a business card of your deputies who should liaison with the health department. Our key is our relationship between our field deputies and the health department, so make sure that there's an easy communication. Let's give the County Health Department of Los Angeles County a big hand. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Councilmember Fuentes for a presentation, CD7. Okay. While Councilmember Fuentes is preparing for his presentation, let's go ahead, and I believe that we have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, if you can please call the roll.
Blumenfield, Bonabuscano, Cedillo, England, Fuentes, Huizar, Carrasco, Corral, Labange, Martinez, O'Farrell, Parks, Price, West, and 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Great, thank you very much. And the first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Fuentes moves, Mr. Huizar seconds. Next items.
That brings us to commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Koretz moves, Mr. O'Farrell seconds.
Mr. President, before getting into today's meeting, there's been a request to refer item 38 to the Public Safety Committee and to continue item 22 to April 17.
Great, we'll go ahead and do that without objection. That'll be the order.
Very good, sir. Also, given the impending recess, would you like to send all items today forthwith?
Yes, all items today, members, will be sent forthwith. Okay.
Very good, sir. Items 1 through 9 are items noticed for public hearing. The Department of Building and Safety recommends that items 1A and 1G be received and filed in as much as the liens have been paid.
Then that'll be the order without objection.
There. Mr. President, we do have cards on items 1 and 2.
And we'll go ahead and hold items 1 and 2 on the desk.
Very good.
Members, any specials on those other items? Mr. Cedillo.
37.
As soon as we get there, absolutely. Okay, on those items then, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you.
Mr. President, items 10 through 26 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, those items are before us. Any specials? Mr. Koretz.
Item 13, please.
13 we'll hold on the desk. Mr. O'Farrell.
Mr. President, item 12 special,
Item
please.
12 we'll call special as well for Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Huizar.
Okay.
14 special, please.
14 special per Mr. Huizar.
Also,
Mr.
Mr.
O'Farrell.
President, for Mr. Parks, special 15, 21, and 30.
15, 21, and 30 for Mr. Parks. Those will be held on the desk as well. Remaining items, council members, we'll go ahead and open the roll on those remaining items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Great.
And Mr. President, those ordinances will go over for a second read to April 14 unless reconsidered later today with 12 members.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Very good, sir. Items 27 through 41 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we'll open the roll for consideration on those items first before we call any items special. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Koretz.
I'd like to call 29 special.
29 will be held on the desk for special. Mr. Cedillo, 37? You got it. Item 37, please, for Mr. Cedillo.
And in that section, there was a request to call item 30 special for Councilmember Parks.
Okay, and that'll be held for Councilmember Parks as well. All right, and do we have any cards on those?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on 27, 29, 30, 34, 39, and 41.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hold those special for cards. On the remaining items, council members, whichever those are, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Okay. Did you want to go to 12 ayes? Okay, there's 12 ayes. And we'll go ahead and on the closed session items, I believe our next are 42, 43, and 44. We can hold those on the desk for now as well.
Very good, sir.
Okay. And then we've got a special meeting. We'll start at 11 for that other item as well. And why don't we go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Fuentes for a special presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. Colleagues, this morning I'm excited to recognize the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition. Give them a big round of applause. Since 1998, the LACBC has collaborated with the city to make our communities fun, safe, and healthy places to ride. And I'd say that since their leadership, their inception, we've really come to a place where we're beginning to better appreciate the public right-of-way and public space. All of their hard work has been intended to make sure that bicyclists, enthusiasts have a safe place to recreate. But it's groups like this that have helped us understand that the public right-of-way is so much more than just something where cars whiz by. It's a place for bicyclists, it's a place for families, it's a place for pedestrians, and it's because of their leadership that we're making great moves forward. Some of the things that they've done have been pretty impressive. In 1999, for example, they helped change Metro's policy to allow bicycles on board without a permit. Imagine that, colleagues. There was a time where you would need a permit to get your bicycle on board. And so when you're thinking about how it is that people commute, that was a tremendous accomplishment. In 2009, the Bicycle Coalition conducted the first City of Los Angeles bicycle count. And because of their data, we now know the number of cyclists that are using our streets to recreate, and in districts like mine, to get to and from work. My district, bicycling is not just something that you do for exercise. It's a big means of people's transportation each and every day, combined with our great metro system. 3 years ago, and the reason that I have brought them here is they launched Operation Firefly. It was an education and bike light distribution program to make sure that Angelenos who were riding their bicycles were not only safe, but were complying with the law. And since then, they've held many, many events where they will go out into public right-of-ways, places where there's a lot of bicycle traffic in the evenings, and they will hand out free of charge bicycle lights. And why that's so important, in my district, we sponsored not one but two of these events, and we saw many, many people commuting to and from work on their bicycles out of compliance. In fact, we handed over 100 lights in both of those events. Now, I know many of you have partnered with them, many of you have helped sponsor that, but we wanted to make sure that we thank them properly today in City Council for their fantastic work, because this organization not only helps us understand how it is that we can make Los Angeles a more friendly environment to bicyclists, pedestrians, and the like, but they've done it largely with a tremendous amount of volunteer support. They really do things very, very much on a shoestring budget, and they do it in a way that really exemplifies what volunteerism is. In February, LACBC, volunteers, and the Los Angeles Police Department helped do the last event that we did in my district, and I wanted to give the programs director, Colin Bogart, an opportunity to speak. We're also joined here today by their executive director, Tamika Butler, and of course some of their great volunteers. Give them a big round of applause as Colin comes up to speak.
Thank you very much. And before you speak, for one moment, we do have a member on the queue, Councilmember Huizar.
Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Fuentes for bringing in a great organization, and wanted to thank the Bicycle Coalition for the tremendous work you are doing out there to not only promote bicycle usage but complete streets. And I do strongly believe that the city of LA is under some transformation right now to get more people walking, get more people biking and other forms of transportation. But at the end of the day, it's only when advocates and people like yourselves are pushing us to do more. So thank you for your work. In my council district, we're very proud of the work we have done to promote bicycle usage, and in particular, it's only been possible because your organizations have spread the word informed people, educated people, and that's what people need to know so that they understand the work we're doing to promote more bicycle usage. So thank you so much for your work. Well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Fuentes.
Mr. Labange.
I want to thank you, and we recognize some of you without our ties out there, and when we were on the Los Angeles River and Lemley Theaters, what a very special family there, but all of you. And I just wanted to put a plug in for the waterways of Los Angeles. We do want the bikeway on the Los Angeles River to get all the way to Canoga Park for the headworks of the Bell and Calabasas Creek where the water came together. And you get it on the bikeway, then get it on the Pacoima Wash, get it on the wash up in Northridge, every Tonga Wash, every opportunity to get on a wash, then you create a true separation, as Mr. Weezar said, and balance it out between the capacity where people work together and educate both the cyclists and the motorists. And I am working on the Mount Hollywood Road. I don't know if you've voiced your concern on that, but it's car free to 10 in the morning, so get up early if you got to go there. But they're doing a test. Anyway, Mr. Fuentes, you're always way ahead of us. Let's give a big hand for Mr. Fuentes and his work. Thank you, Mr.
Here. And I'd like to recognize the council member from the 1st District, Councilmember Cedillo.
Yes, let me echo the comments of my colleagues. We appreciate your constructive, very positive, very effective work with our office and throughout the city. It's much appreciated. We know that safety is first and foremost in your efforts. That's our commitment, and so we appreciate the work with your coalition, and our office really looks forward to continuing to work with your coalition. Thank you.
I'd like to also add my own comments before you speak and say thank you for supporting the first protected bike lane in the city of Los Angeles in my district that will be opening in the next week, and all the support. But also, I'm going to urge you to perhaps consider changing the name of the organization to the cycling instead of the bicycling, because we want to recognize and not discriminate against unicycles and tricycles as well. And so it's all about the cycling community and including and being inclusive of everyone. Kidding aside, I really, truly appreciate everything you guys are doing to make a difference in Los Angeles. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Englander. Councilmember Fuentes, other council members, city staff, thank you so much for this honor this morning. We are truly grateful. As stated before, my name is Colin Bogart. I'm the programs director for the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition, and I'm in charge of the program Operation Firefly. The Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition, as stated before, works to make Los Angeles County a safe, healthy, and fun place to ride a bike. Operation Firefly fulfills a key component of the safety part of our mission. Operation Firefly is a fairly simple solution to a very real problem. We know that bicyclists are riding at night without lights. We see them ourselves when we're out riding. We also know that nearly half of bicyclist fatalities in this country occur at night. We make it a point of only stopping bicyclists riding without lights after dark, and we stopped over 2,000 bicyclists this winter, double the number of people we reached last year with this program. That's a huge achievement that we're very proud of. A front light is required by law for good reason. It can prevent a collision by proactively making a bicyclist visible. So providing lights helps to prevent collisions. Our recipients learn this from us. We also provide bilingual information regarding the primary laws for bicyclists in California. We're very proud of Operation Firefly, and we're very proud of our Team Firefly volunteers. More than 100 of these volunteers made this program possible, along with our sponsors. We can't thank our volunteers and sponsors enough for the success of this winter's Operation Firefly. In particular, I would like to thank the council members of the City of Los Angeles who supported this season's Operation Firefly. That would be Councilmember Joe Buscaino, Councilmember Felipe Fuentes, Councilmember Jose Weezar, Councilmember Paul Koretz, Councilmember Tom Labange, and Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell. Thank you again for your support. And we brought some certificates of our own. which we can give to your staff members. I just want to read really quickly. It says, Certificate of Appreciation, Los Angeles County Bike Coalition recognizes council member for sponsorship of Operation Firefly, which provided bicycle lights and educational information to more than 2,000 people in Los Angeles County, 2014-2015 winter season. And now I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our Executive Director, Tamika Butler.
So I've only been the executive director of the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition for about 3 months. And when we got the call from Councilmember Fuentes' office saying we were going to be honored on April 1st, I wasn't sure if it was an April Fool's joke. But I'm glad to see it's not, and to see that this is the real deal. We just wanted to thank all of the council members and your staffs for working with us. This is a really important program for us. It's a way that we get people interested in the Bicycle Coalition. And when you see a family come up and they have all of their bikes and they just want lights because they can't afford them or because they've been stolen, it really, really changes something in you to be able to give them the lights and explain to them why it's important. 75% of the folks we give lights to use their bike as their primary mode of transportation. So the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition is really an organization for all Angelenos, not just Angelenos who have the privilege to choose to ride a bike, but those who really need their bikes. And when they need their bikes, they need lights. And so we're so happy to be able to provide this program, and we really couldn't do it without your support. We also couldn't do it without the support of the Limley Charitable Foundation. And as a good executive director, I know to take very little time and give more time to the people who give us money. So I will introduce Greg Limley.
Thank you. The city of Los Angeles has been a welcoming home to the Lemley family since my grandfather and his brother set up shop here in 1938. We have prospered here in ways that we never could have imagined when we fled a European world that had suddenly become unstable and inhospitable. To show our gratitude to the city, we founded the Lemley Charitable Foundation with a mission to give back to the communities that have supported Lemley theaters. Since our inception in the year 2000, we have distributed nearly $1 million to Los Angeles-based charities. We are particularly proud to have supported the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition by sponsoring this year's Operation Firefly. This program speaks to so many things that we are passionate about: encouraging alternative modes of transportation, improving the health and safety of our residents, and addressing the inequities that are inherent given our region's combination of low wages and high costs of living. Los Angeles is not a perfect city, but I couldn't be more proud of the ways in which we as a community are attempting to address the problems that confront us. Proud of our elected and appointed officials, proud of our more forward-thinking businesses, proud of our not-for-profit organizations, and proud of the philanthropies, the individuals, and the volunteers that support them. When we work together with creativity and passion, there is no problem that we cannot solve. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's give them another round of applause. Yay. All right, LACBC.
Thank you all so very much. Mr. Englander, for our next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Today is, in fact, April 1st, April Fool's Day. And with that, I have a presentation, and this gentleman right here thought that I was giving a presentation to Max Nikias, the president of USC, but I'm not. I'm giving it to the chief of staff at USC. Dennis Cornell. I think we've got some other friends of USC here coming out as well. Some of your colleagues. Today, it's my honor to recognize Dennis Cornell, the Chief of Staff to President C.L. Max Nikias, the Director of Protocol at the University of Southern California. As we all know, and we all know this, you are only as good as your staff and the people behind you. Today, I'm proud to recognize one of the stars behind the University of Southern California, in fact, the brightest star. Throughout his time at USC, Dennis has shown a commitment to providing the highest quality of education for our future leaders and ensuring that the University of Southern California is the most productive and influential research university in the world. Through his efforts and the efforts of President Nikias, USC has raised over $4 billion in just 4.5 years. Of this $4 billion, $1.4 billion was directed to the university endowment, including scholarships and student aid. $2.1 billion was used to advance academic priorities, including its research and school-based programs, and $500 million in supporting and building in the construction program. Prior to joining the faculty at USC, Dennis was vice president of Casting and Talent, the development for Columbia Pictures Television and Sony Pictures Television, where he worked in popular shows like Who's the Boss? He said he just meant to take 1 year off of Hollywood. That was back in 1991. He quickly became addicted to helping the next generation of students succeed, and in 1991, Dennis joined USC as a visiting professor in directing and producing and becoming managing director of the USC School of Theater the following year. In 2001, Dennis became the Director of Arts and Culture at USC. He produced and managed over 200 events each year and led special projects like the university's 125th anniversary and the renewed Visions and Voices, the USC Arts and Humanities Initiative we were just talking about moments ago. As a testament to his dedication to the success of USC students, Dennis created the USC Impression Series, which includes seminars on business communications, dining etiquette, dress for success, all geared to graduate and undergraduate students, as well as young professionals. Dennis is a graduate of King's College and holds a master's from USC. Dennis, thank you for your exemplary service to the next generation of young professionals here in Los Angeles and to one of the finest learning institutions in the country. Today is Dennis Cornell Day in LA. Fight on. And with that, we declare this Dennis Cornell Day in LA.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you.
Mitchell, I have a member that would like to say a few words. Mr. Wizar.
Thank you, and this is very well deserved as well, Dennis. And Mitch, excellent, because sometimes the person you work for or always attend to or make sure their vision, their ideas, their things that need to get done, and who better than do it? Their chief of staff. You've been doing a remarkable job. I recall when the president called one time when my daughter was sick, and you followed up with some items, and you were professional, committed, concerned, and we really, really appreciate that. It shows what a tremendous chief of staff the president has. And let me give it to USC for the work they've been doing overall. You see here in their External Relations Department, Senator Martha Escutia, David Galaviz. The team that has been put together is incredible, and in a place like the USC Medical Center where, let me admit, for a while there was some, town and gown issues with the community, not always trusting the university. There's a renewed sense of trust there that has been built by you and your team, so congratulations to you and to the president. Well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Englander, for bringing Dennis in, and congratulations.
What with Mr. Labange?
Thank you very much. I'm speaking for John Ferraro. And John Ferraro is this chamber's named after. He is so proud of being a Trojan. So proud of what it gave him coming from Bell High School, being a two-time All-American before the war and after the war, and being able to serve this country and serve this city longer than any other council member in the history of Los Angeles. And John always loved the University of Southern California for what it meant to him and the opportunity it gave him. Now I'm speaking for myself. I'm so proud that SC didn't leave. SC had an opportunity, like many universities and colleges throughout the United States, to leave in the mid-'60s due to the urban stripes. You stayed, and you've been the dominated force to transform the city. I see Carol Schatz over there, the young lady from the Central City Association. She's a force of change in downtown. but USC stayed. And USC has transformed downtown, and being an international body to welcome students from around the world, it also helped boom the housing craze that has taken place downtown. And I only wish, Mr. Weezer and Mr. Cedillo, that you give the same kind of love that's got downtown SC up at the USC Medical Center, because the transformation that's necessary there for the Keck Hospital, for the Norris Hospital, is extremely important for the future of all of Southern California. So I just want to salute USC and Mitch Englander. Good move. Did you ask everybody who's a Trojan to stand up? Did you do that yet? You could do that. All right, everybody, look at all the Trojans. Give them a hand. Thank you, Mr. Good job, Dennis. Say hi to Max. Say hi to Max for me, Dennis.
Will do. Councilman Englander and the City Council and President Wesson, thank you so much. I'm completely humbled and completely surprised. It is April Fool's, so I'm expecting this to be taken away from me the second I walk out of here. But I was pulled in here under false pretenses, that's for sure. So all is forgiven. I'm humbled by what you say about me connected with USC, and you know, I'm glad to have been a small part of that working with President Nikias. But really, it's his vision, it's the trustees' vision, and our job behind the scenes, behind the chairs in this room, and behind every CEO, behind every politician, are chiefs of staff, and I accept this on behalf of those chiefs of staff who are the unsung heroes behind all of the public faces. And so my heart goes out to you, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this honor today. Thank you.
Yeah, you truly deserve it, Dennis.
I'm going to ask if we can have all the USC members come back. We're going to go back into the back room. If you can
Mitchell,
make your way to the back.
They're already headed back there. Again, congratulations. Mr. O'Farrell, I think we have an announcement or an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, standing in the very back, mostly wearing white T-shirts, we have the Southeast Asian Community Alliance. Yes, they're waving. Big round of applause for these youth leaders. And they are from high schools in Council Districts 1, 13, and 14. Those high schools include the communities of Chinatown, Echo Park, and Northeast Los Angeles. They're visiting City Hall on their spring break. These are the future leaders of this city. They're here to learn about how change is made in the city of Los Angeles and how council works. And later today, I'm looking very forward with sitting down with all of them to talk about how we can build a better Los Angeles in the future. And these are the young people we're going to depend on moving forward. So again, big round of applause for Southeast Asian Community Alliance.
And welcome. Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Clerk, we do have 12 members. Why don't we vote on the ordinances, and then I'm going to call on Mr. Cedillo.
Very good, sir. The ordinances to reconsider would be items 10 and 11.
Okay, first vote on reconsideration. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, now let's actually vote on these items. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. At this time, Mr. Cedillo, I believe is it item 37? Mr. Cedillo, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, members, with great regret, I stand here to ask for your support. On Tuesday, March 10th, a few weeks ago at approximately 9:10 in the evening, 50-year-old Elias Aceves was walking northbound on 23rd Street at a crosswalk near the northern side of the USC campus. He was struck by a black sedan traveling northbound. The vehicle fled without stopping. Mr. Aceves was transported to California Hospital, and later he was pronounced deceased. There is a surveillance video It shows the victim being struck by the vehicle, but unfortunately it's not clear the exact numbers on the license plate or the driver. Mr. Elias was a local resident on 21st Street. He's loved by his family, of course. Great nature, good life, kind man. Something you and I would appreciate. He trained horses at the racetrack. In fact, he was the caretaker for El Gato de Sol, winner of the Kentucky Derby. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you remember that I also worked at the racetrack. He's a beloved member. He will be missed. We're here with his family. I'm going to ask Officer Hernandez to come up and help us. And we're asking for a $50,000 reward motion on this matter. And I'm going to ask Mr. Hernandez to come up and then Javier Armenta to join us. Officer.
Please.
Good morning. My name is Officer Hernandez. I currently assigned to the LAPD South Traffic Division. I was assigned this fatal hit-and-run traffic collision soon after March 10th. I'm here on behalf of the South Traffic Detective Team to inform you that our leads have been exhausted. We humbly recommend and ask the council to please consider the $50,000 reward that's being asked today in hopes of having communities in the LA County area and outside the LA County area to be encouraged to come forward with any leads to help us apprehend the person responsible for Mr. Elias Aceves' death. At this time, if there's any questions that can be related to this matter, it can be directed over to our office during regular business hours at 323-421-2500, 2500. After business hours, they can be directed at 323-421-2577. Once again, in behalf of the South Traffic Division Detective Team and the communities we serve, we humbly ask the council to take upon this motion and approve it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andy Aceves, and the person who got killed was my brother, Elias Aceves. And I am also requesting for you to approve this reward because $50,000 might have some light to somebody that might come forward and basically give us a little light into the case. To us, it means a lot. He was my only brother, and this is the first tragic event that ever happened in our family. So we are requesting for you to help us find this individual who brutally killed my brother, not even stopped to take care, to see if he was okay. It has devastated our family, but we will move forward. But we need your help for this reward. So hopefully somebody out there could give light and help Officer Hernandez and the rest of the police staff capture this individual. Thank you.
Members, I ask that you support this motion, that we help this family move forward, that we do all that we can, and that we help our Los Angeles Police Department, this division, do its work by creating a partnership with the public and call for their help on this matter. I thank you.
And Mr. Cedillo, I just want to say that I'm very optimistic that this council will follow your lead. I want to say to the family that our hearts go out to you. This hit and run crisis is an epidemic, and it is occurring, and we have to try to do something about it. I really feel your pain because I'm one of the few people that have been blessed to have my son engaged in a hit-and-run accident where all he basically got was 6 stitches over the top of his eye. I could definitely be in the same situation that you're in. So I urge every member on this council as well, Mr. Cedillo, to vote yes on this item. Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That's approved.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell, as the family goes to the back when they're complete, I want to recognize you, I believe, on item 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 12 calls for the adoption of an ordinance regarding the establishment of a trust fund to support the operations of the Los Angeles City Health Commission, and the amendment of the City Health Commission ordinance to remove the funding restrictions that have held this up over the past several months. And just a quick overview of where we are. The Council adopted an initiative ordinance last July to create the Los Angeles Health Commission. It will be made up of 15 members. Each member will be appointed by a council member. And my staff has worked very closely with CAO, CLA, City Attorney's Office, and the City Clerk's Office to discuss the concerns, come up with solutions to move forward with creating this long-awaited health commission. In October of last year, my committee, Arts, Parks, Health and Aging, and River Committee, instructed the CAO to report on additional options, including options on appointing the commission and budgetary resources. Challenges to revising the ordinance to allow the general fund as a possible funding source, and the need to amend the ordinance. The amendment is before you, removing those funding restrictions, and then earlier this month, the item was back to my committee, and the recommendation is to adopt the accompanying ordinance to establish the Health Commission. It was also dual referred to Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance, and I want to thank our colleague Paul Krikorian for his work on removing the complications to get this off the ground. So I want to thank the offices that I mentioned, but I also want to thank AIDS Healthcare Foundation. They're represented by all the red T-shirts. If you all could please stand for, yes, I want to thank the AIDS Health Commission for your generous contribution to really help advance this so we could get it off the ground much more quickly. The Commission has donated funding to help us operate for the first year of the Los Angeles Health Commission. So colleagues, after all this work, all these months, we are ready to get this off the ground, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mitchell, Mr. Englander, are you ready to proceed?
I am. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We've got an item that's been circulated, Members Special 1, and I'd like to make the findings for that item. Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Englander. I will recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the Council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. Since the posting of today's agenda, the Los Angeles Regional Interoperable Communication System Authority, a joint powers authority of which the city is a member, released this agenda for tomorrow's LA RICS board meeting. Item H on that agenda concerns LA County Board of Supervisors' recent action regarding site access agreements for public safety broadband network sites and land mobile radio system sites. Immediate action is required to give direction to the city representatives in directing LA RICS staff on this matter. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Great, thank you. So if we can go ahead, Mr. President, I'd ask an aye vote that we consider the findings.
Okay, let us vote on the findings. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr.
Great.
England.
Thank you. And I know we have a number of cards in. Before we get to those, members, I'd like to, since it is a special one, read the motion of its entirety for the record into the official record. The City of Los Angeles has consistently supported interoperable communications between public safety agencies in the Los Angeles region. Toward that end, the city has been a member of the Los Angeles Regional Interoperable Communications Joint Powers Authority, LA RICS JPA, since it was first established in 2008. The LA RICS JPA was originally tasked with building an interoperable land mobile radio LMR network that enables seamless voice communications for public safety agencies throughout Los Angeles County. Later, the LA RICS JPA was awarded a Broadband Technology Opportunity Program, BTOP grant, to design and build a long-term evolution LTE data network exclusively for public safety use, referred to as the Public Safety Broadband Network, PSBN. LMR and LTE are two separate systems, projects that use different technology for different purposes, although the LA Rex JPA governs both. The LMR voice radio system is in the design phase, and the city remains committed to interoperable voice communications. The LTE is in the construction phase and must be completed by August 20th, 2015 in order to make full use of the BTOP grant. The LA Rex JPA will have to bear the full cost of any required work not completed by this date. The city share of the JPA costs could be up to 40%, depending on the participation of other jurisdictions. These cost uncertainties, coupled with the continued withdrawals of other jurisdictions from the LA Rex JPA, delays in construction, and concerns by the end users at proposed LTE sites, make it necessary to immediately halt the construction of the LTE portion of the system. I therefore move that the Council determine, as provided in Section 24954.2b2 of the Government Code and pursuant to Rule 23, that the need to take immediate action on this matter and the need for action come to this attention of the Council subsequent to the posting of the agenda for today's Council meeting as the findings we have just voted on. I further move that the City of Los Angeles representatives of the LA Rex JPA work to bifurcate the governance of the land mobile radio and long-term evolution systems, allowing for jurisdictions to participate in either one or both. I further move that the city representatives work to terminate the LTE project if it is determined that the bifurcation is not possible and the LTE system cannot be completed by the Broadband Technology Opportunity Program grant deadlines. I further move that the construction of the LTE system at the City of Los Angeles fire and police stations not commence or immediately cease if started. I further move that the City of Los Angeles representatives on the LA Rex JPA begin working on alternative locations, commercial structures, or alternative and less intrusive technology solutions. I further move that should alternative locations or technology solutions be identified, that LA Rex work with key stakeholders, including but not limited to City Council members, the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City, and the Los Angeles Police Protective League. I would ask now if we could open it up to those key stakeholders who I just mentioned who have cards in as well.
Okay, let's begin with Mr. Frank Lima, President of UFLAC, followed by Mr. Rusty Hicks, followed by Dave Gelati from our county fire. In fact, all of you guys can just come up, and then we have Craig from PPL, Mr. Lally, President of the PPL. Mr. Lima, we'll start off with you, sir.
Thank you, Council President, Councilman Englander, and Honorable City Council. My name is Frank Lima, and I proudly serve as the President of United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. And from the beginning of this project, UFLAC has opposed the LA RICS program. We are not comfortable that the project included a CEQA waiver, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. CEQA exists for a reason, and this project should have been subject to our state's strict environmental regulations. Our firefighters are hoping for a complete reevaluation of the project and proper community outreach, which was not done. This project has been worked on for many years, but there's been a lack of communication and involvement to the labor organizations. It's important to know that this project is slated to be one of the first of its type in the entire country. So that means it's important for us to do this right. That starts with proper outreach, proper environmental studies. We have heard for years now about grant deadlines and the importance of not losing federal funds. Unfortunately, we've heard very little about health and safety of the LA RICS or the environmental and community impacts. This can't be just about finishing a project so we can all get federal funds. That's what it has felt like all along. The concerns of UFLAC have been shared by our brothers and sisters with LA County Fire Local 1014, and I got Brother Dave Gelati here beside us. Last week, Local 1014 convinced the Board of Supervisors to delay implementation of the LA RICS at LA County fire stations so that more studies can be conducted as well. We thank our firefighters at LA County Fire for taking the time and the lead in this effort in the county. We have an opportunity to do the right thing in the city. Today's motion from Councilman Englander asks LA RICS to take a step back, consider other alternatives, and involve key community stakeholders. This is what should have happened from the beginning. Council members, on behalf of the UFLAC, we urge you to support this motion in front of you today, and we thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Hicks or Mr. Gelati.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dave Gelati. I'm the president of the LA County Firefighters, Local 1014. My voice is hoarse because I've been speaking a lot to this issue. I'm also a 25-year veteran fire captain, still actively employed on duty at Compton and 81st with a cell phone tower about 25 feet out of my kitchen, my dorm, my training center, and the places where we house not only the firefighters, but closer to that antenna is a group of low-income housing, two-story apartment buildings that have not had a say in this. That's the crime here. This is quite simple. We do need an interoperability radio system, and we're not suggesting we don't. We're very supportive of this. But this is a simple decision to support your motion, your actions, to responsibly step back from something that has not been transparent to any of your constituents by any measure, to assess not only the health and safety issues that, while debatable, are not debatable, that they are there, and that we're utilizing 20-year-old data to evaluate them. Anybody think that's fair for cell phone technology right now? Raise your hand if you want a cell phone antenna in your kid's house, your own home. 21% property value decrease, and citizens waking up in the morning and finding it out there with their morning coffee. That's no way to do business as elected officials, legislators, or a body or a subcommittee of such with the residents we serve and who pay those taxes. So this is a very comprehensive, I think, well thought out, well planned to do nothing other than step back, reset, get transparent, get all of the facts that not only on health and safety, fiscal responsibility and sustainability, and technologically, will it work or not, put all that together into a formula for success, re-ally, and go back to work like we should responsibly to put in an interoperability system. We stand in 100% support of UFLAC on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And why don't I get the president, in fact, Rusty, I'm going to ask for Craig, the president of the PPL, Lally, to come forward. Let me get all the presidents up.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. The Los Angeles Police Protective League and its board of directors oppose the LA RICS project and support Councilmember Englander's motion. My understanding is this project has been in existence for approximately 8 years. The board of directors are shocked that a $130 million project in the works, and no one has come to the Protective League and asked them how we can address the officers' safety concerns. The department failed to inform the real stakeholders, who are the police officers who have to work in these stations. They could have done it through roll call training. They have a captive audience for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and there was nothing done in roll call. They could have came to us over the last 3 years and come to us and say, hey, help us sell this to the cops because it is safe. None of that occurred. I didn't receive any information about this project until 2 in the afternoon yesterday. That's the first document I've got on this project was 2 in the afternoon yesterday, and I firmly believe the only reason I got that document yesterday was because of this motion brought before you today. That's the only reason I got this document. There's a huge credibility gap between the police department and these officers, a huge credibility gap. They have no credibility. They could have came to us and they didn't. They chose not to. I have no idea if this project is safe or not, but I do know that the real stakeholders, the police officers, definitely don't want the department to make the decision for them alone. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could get to close, Mr. Rusty Hicks.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. Rusty Hicks, the head of the LA County Federation of Labor, and we stand this morning in strong support of our brothers and sisters from 1014, 112, and PPL in support of this motion. No one is arguing the importance of interoperability and strong communications. I personally have seen the importance of strong communications when people's lives were on the line, and it's important. But there are many ways to have interoperability in the county and the city, and certainly ramming it down the throats of residents, not studying the impacts on those that would be most impacted by its implementation is certainly not the way to do it. So this motion is merely just simply taking a step back and saying, how do we do it right? How do we do it in partnership and collaboration with all the stakeholders who would be ultimately impacted by this particular implementation of this project? So we stand in strong support of the motion. Thank you.
And thank all of you for coming down today. It is very important. Now I want to turn it back over to Mitch Englander.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank you all, not just for being here today, but for being there each and every day for all of your members, for the residents of the city, for the residents of the county, for tirelessly working day in and day out to protect those who protect us. Thanks for stepping up today as well, and the partnership. It's critically important. Colleagues, I ask for your aye vote, and I ask for this motion to be sent upon its passage urgent forthwith. I know everything is going forthwith today. We'd like it urgent forthwith, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much. I would just like to ask the question of Mitch. You've been keeping up with this for a while. It seems like every time we've dealt with this over the last 10 years, we've had management in here. It appears today we're taking an abrupt move away from that without management here to say what we've done for the last 10 years. Are we saying discontinue? Or are we saying this is going to go to committee for them to work out their differences? What are we really trying to get done today?
Things. One, it's not technically management that are the key decision makers in the city. It's those who are appointed and representatives of the city to the LA Recs board. They're having a meeting on Thursday, tomorrow. We're asking them to bifurcate the LTE and the LMR portions. The LMR portions, most of which are already in place here in the city of Los Angeles for interoperability and communication systems. That's the land-based mobile radio systems. Phenomenal system. We're all supporting that. We're looking at the LTE projects to say time out, take a step back. We don't want these towers. They have not worked with the key stakeholders, and we need them to bifurcate that system and cease and desist all work and construction immediately.
Because do we lose the grant if we don't reach conclusion?
So there's a couple things. There's some opportunities for the feds really want to make sure, and the message that we've gotten, they want to make sure that we have systems in place. We're all hopeful that they extend some of those deadlines, and we'll work on all of those issues that we laid out in the motion and the issues that you heard before us today from the representatives. That's one part of it. The other part of it is we haven't even explored new technologies, whether those are microcells. I've got a microcell at my home. Without a tower, I have my own cell site. You can go and buy those off the shelf today. This is technology that was started 20 and 30 years ago, and they haven't looked at new technologies, which, quite frankly, could not only be less intrusive from a health perspective, from a community perspective, from an impact perspective, but also from a cost perspective. None of those things have been explored. We're asking simply that they explore those as well.
Okay. Because all I'd ask is that we've had at least, what I recall, at least 3 or 4 fire chiefs in meetings and committees saying, go forward. We've had police high ranking. We've had ITA. I would just hope that we not put all that aside. And if there's a disagreement as to who's been involved, that we bring them all in the room and get everybody involved, because there's 8 years of work.
Yes.
And this hopefully will not put us further behind of interoperability, because supposedly it's been put in place to save lives and make us all able to handle major incidents.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's call for the vote. Let us. I don't have any cards that were submitted in time, so if the conversation already began, then it is now time and appropriate for us to vote on this. So let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Once we begin a conversation on an item, I do not take cards after that conversation has begun. So Mr.
12 ayes. We ask for that to go urgent forthwith, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, we should vote now on whether to suspend the rules to send this matter urgent forthwith.
Okay, let's put that vote in place. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And, Mr. President,
Yes.
for the record, that last card was submitted literally as Mr. Englander was wrapping up the comments.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that item. I think, Mr. Clerk, we do have a couple of ordinances I want us to try to wrap up while we...
Yes, sir, we do. The first would be item 13, called special by Councilmember Koretz.
Well, why don't we do... Is 27 one as well?
Yes, sir.
Let's do 27 first, and that's
Very good, sir.
called by cards Mr. Previn and Mr. Walsh. Mr. Fuentes.
Can we continue item 1J and 1B, please, for 2 weeks?
Is that enough time? What would that bring
Or
us to?
3 weeks, whatever, soonest available?
The soonest available would be April 14. 2 weeks would be April 15, and 3 weeks would be April 22nd.
14th is fine.
Okay, so without objection, that'll be the order. Okay, Mr. Walsh, you're already here. Mr. Previn is next. Item 27.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. New salaries, fresh, new, raised, elevated salaries for the sorriest group of government employees on the planet Earth, and that is gang reduction and youth development workers, the grid workers. When you're a gangster and you get caught, the cops give you a choice. Either go into grid and make $50,000 a year, or hire a lawyer for $50,000 and see if you can get out of it. Grid is a pathetic organization. They are more like kerosene to a flame. They're worthless. This is the worst gang city in the world. And now you're going to raise their salaries. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Mr. Previn. Item 27. No applause, Mr. Herman. Okay, Mr. Previn.
Thank you, Council President Wesson. I would ask you to open the frame so that it's the same size as when Mr. Labange was commemorating
Let's stay
himself.
on the item.
Yeah, I am
for
on the
now.
item, sir. I just would like to be visible to the public as I talk
Stay
about
on the
item 27,
item, Mr.
Item
Previn.
27, sir, which is a very nice gesture. It is actually $2.5 million that's been earmarked for the Saturday nights program, which I don't know 100% exactly what's going on, but I understand that we're hiring some of these workers. They're called, the specific title is Gang Reduction and Youth Development Worker. And obviously they're doing some good work over the summer months. And the rates, which caught my attention, are well above minimum wage. And I'm very happy to see that, sir. And they're even above, and this is important, the living wage. And as you know, there's a big conversation nationally and in the county. Yesterday, Sheila Kuehl dragged out a lot of people to talk about raising the minimum wage in connection with Mayor Garcetti's.
Hold Mr. Previn's
Mr.
time.
Garcetti.
Could we please have... Shh. Please. Now, I don't need help from you, Mr. Herman. You're out of order. Okay, Mr. Previn, I
but
want to
Mr.
hear you.
Hold on, hold my time, sir. Was that a respect-based initiative for me? Were you trying to
I
allow
want to
people
listen to what you have to say. Yes, and I could not hear you.
Wow, sir, I have to take a moment and sort of react to that. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's very confusing. But thank you.
To hear you.
Yeah. So the rates, as I was saying, are above the living wage. The living wage is $11.84 here in the county. These rates, the lower tier for a worker one, is $12.28. So this is good news. I did a quick calculation. What this is going to buy us is about 450 workers for 3 months at an average of about $15 an hour. So I think this is great, and it shows that there is a way. This is unfortunately part-time employment.
So this is going to come and go as the summer months, and it's useful. But what I really would like, and I know most of this group probably supports, is the minimum wage in our community being raised. This is not controversial any longer. As many people will tell you, every single time that initiative comes forward, people say small businesses will close and we'll all go under. It never happens. So I'm pleased with this item, and I'm not pleased that that last item 12, sir, on L.A. Ricks.
No. We got to stay on this. Thank you, Mr. Previn. Okay. That's the last speaker on that item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And so that is approved. Mr. Clerk, the other item was...
Item 13, called special by Councilmember Koretz.
Do we have any cards on 13?
I don't believe so. That's in the public hearing has been held section.
Okay,
sir.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the CAO's office some questions, so hopefully a representative can come up.
The CAO
and
would please come forward to the center table.
Before that, I'd like to give a little context. Back in January, scientists at JPL released a study that showed the emission of methane in the Los Angeles basin is 61% higher than government estimates, which is highly concerning because according to the EPA, methane pound for pound has a 20 times higher impact than carbon dioxide, and it's the second most prevalent greenhouse gas emitted in the United States from human activities, including landfills, oil and gas operations, and cattle and livestock, as well as aging gas transmission infrastructure. And Climate Resolve and the Environmental Defense Fund held a methane symposium a couple of weeks ago with scientists from places like Caltech and JPL and the California Air Resources Board, attempting to get to the bottom of our methane emissions. Southern California Gas Company assured everybody there that they were making their best efforts to mitigate any leaks. So I have a couple questions for the CAO, whoever would like to represent.
Yes, Mike Nagel from the City Attorney's Office.
First, I just want to confirm we're voting today just to extend the existing contract for a year, correct?
That's correct.
And how long is the longer-term contract that we're in the process of negotiating?
I believe that the term is, they're negotiating a 21-year term.
And you don't have any sound. Sound in the microphone.
Sorry, Patty Huber with the CAO, and yes, we were looking currently at a 21-year term. I apologize for being late.
And is there an oil and gas expert involved from the city side in creation of either the short or the long-term contract?
Council member, the role of petroleum administrator is assigned to our office by ordinance. But we don't have anybody on staff who I would say is an expert in petroleum or oil and gas. It's more of an administrative function that we have taken on in this role.
So anyone who's an expert at leak mitigations, that's part of these negotiations?
No, sir.
Now, I've gotten 2 letters from my neighborhood councils, one which I share with Councilmember Bonin. And I quote that one, the Mar Vista Community Council's letter. Any natural gas pipeline distribution franchise agreement include strong and required leak mitigation measures and strong short and long-term benchmarks for moving away from natural gas to renewable energy alternatives. Has that been part of the negotiation, either long-term leak mitigations and an effort to move to renewables?
The issue on renewables, no, we've had some conversations on safety measures with the gas company.
But no conversation on renewables. And what have the
No, sir.
conversations been like on leaks?
I believe the conversations involve the actual just transportation of natural gas over the pipelines, which is all this franchise is about. It's all we can really do under the California Public Utility Code, which actually regulates this. We're allowed under state law to issue a local franchise to cover our costs in terms of maintaining and administrative costs. But this would be something that the CPUC would actually, the commission would deal with. And obviously, fracking is a huge issue right now and one that we all should be concerned about. And it's in your purview to raise those issues, but in terms of the franchise itself, the only thing that this franchise does is regulate the transportation of the gas through the pipelines.
And that's all we can talk
That's
about.
all we can talk about, right.
Well, I'll go along with supporting this for a year, but certainly longer term, I think we really should have a serious negotiation about whether it's appropriate, given what we know now and what we see in the future about climate change, for us to even engage in a 21-year contract to continue delivering fossil fuels. So I hope we'll have that conversation.
Check your time.
Pardon?
We will. I was saying check your time.
Oh, okay. So anyway, before I'd be willing to vote for a 21-year contract or anything close to that, I'd certainly want to know that leak mitigations were taking place and that the city had a serious move towards reduction in fossil fuels. Seriously, 20 years from now, I suspect we'll find in the face of climate change that we shouldn't be transporting any fossil fuels 20 years from now. So I hope we'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Labanja. You good? You just want to... Okay, let's prepare. Again, thank you. Let's prepare to vote on the item. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That's approved. We'll now move on to... Okay, it's my understanding that we could do item 21, concerns that a member had have been dealt with. So on item 21, if we could open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Everything is going forth with Mr. Lamont. Okay, let's go to item 2. And I believe this is I do see it. Mr. Herman, please come forward. Item 2. Start...
Usually, Mr. Speaker, with due
just start.
respect and consideration, in the 1 minute I'm going to speak about these taxes, I just want you to be aware of that. And also, regarding the liens, there are about 5 of them from CD7, Felipe Fuentes. But let me go on to item number 2 now, please. Thank you. 1 minute. Here we go.
Let's hold his time. Let's hold his time. Mr. Herman, don't do that again. Stick to the item. Okay, I'm warning you to stick. I'm warning you to stick to the item.
You can warn me, but
now
yes.
we can start his clock.
Thank you. Thank you. You've been so courteous, sir. I forgot what I was going to say now, but anyways, who cares? They're just about liens against taxpayers for unpaid taxes to approve and authorize the franchise finance for lien, Section Municipal Code 2115, parentheses O, for the following: Wilshire J. Park Insurance Agency. I say hold this to the side so that the plaintiff can come here and petition no, he objects, so you can have a side motion, discuss it like you do in all liens, and allow them to question the lien process. Mr. City Attorney, I hold you for the record on that. And at this point, I am in opposition to this illegal taxation on liens. Thank you.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. Weezer, I was going to move to item 14. If you're ready to take up item 14.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to bring this to the public's attention and to my colleagues' attention about a very significant step we have taken with respect to planning procedures in the city of L.A. This is an adoption of Build L.A. It is a joint report from the Building and Safety Department, Planning, Bureau of Engineering, the Fire Department, and Department of Transportation, and it is requesting approval of funding from the Construction Services Trust Fund in order to begin creation of the new Build LA Unified Internet Case Tracking System for all these departments. As it stands right now, many of our development procedures or people who want to do some changes have to go to various departments and follow a technologically based system to find out where the projects are, and oftentimes confusing and duplication of efforts on the part of the city. We've been discussing this since 2011, so I'm very glad that we are to this point today, and this is what Build LA will do. It is one of the city's 3 main development reform efforts, along with Recode LA and the realignment of development review functions. And it was created from the Matrix report finalized in 2012. It is very important, like I mentioned, because it will be the primary interface for stakeholders and project applicants to access case tracking information. It's imperative that we create a modern, functional, navigable system to access information regarding pending cases in the city of LA. My staff worked along with the mayor's staff and the departments to create this report and move this forward. I ask for your support, and again, this is a very significant step, along with others that will be coming, Recode LA and the realignment of the development review functions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. Parks, are you ready on item 15? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask that items 21, 23, and 26 be sent forthwith, please.
Everything today.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay,
that makes
everything.
it easy. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
We have
15.
a couple of more minutes. Department of Disabilities bringing us some information.
Okay, then we'll move on. Item 34, Mr. Walsh, Mr. Herman, and I think this is Mr. Hunt. But if I could have Mr. Walsh and Mr. Herman please come forward.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. This concerns another one of your rewards. Again, you have paid out one reward in the past quarter of a century, and that was for a white man who ran over another white man in Century City. Koretz has got all the details. He's busting his buttons over that one. Remember, in this city, if you are black and you are killed in a hit and run, they don't give a damn. They'll exploit the family. They'll bring the family here to cry and everything, and you'll put up a reward, and no one is going to go for the reward for the simple reason that snitches get stitches. Remember, I've taught half of the gangs in this city. For 25 years, a South Central a substitute teacher. Everybody knows me. The Crips know me. The Bloods know me. Everybody knows me. And everyone laughs at these rewards. And you act like these rewards mean anything. You could offer $1 trillion reward and it wouldn't be collected. You could order a 6-cent reward and it won't be collected. Now this person, Surin Chris Danoyan, an Armenian, I assume, $50,000. I believe you now have between 50 1,500 and 2,000 outstanding rewards out there, and you've given one. You've given out one of them. It's a joke, and I usually don't speak when the family is here, but you reproach me for speaking to the family and telling them that they're being exploited? These rewards will never be collected because Hollywood Highlands...
Thank you. And just for those of the public that are watching this, that information is inaccurate. I know in my district alone, I've had a reward motion on a hit and run, and we found the perpetrator of the crime. You're disrupting the meeting, Mr. Herman. So that anyway, to the public, that information is not accurate. Yes.
Now, many of you have heard of the rewards, and regardless if the little man up there says he's paying out these rewards, the bottom line is this. On this agenda, there are 4 deaths involved in this. Item 37, item 38, item 34. It is disgusting that the city of Los Angeles continues to offer rewards for the deaths of your families, your loved ones. So welcome to Los Angeles. Welcome to Los Angeles. And what is Charlie Brown, Chief Beck, doing about all this? Nothing. Picking on people in Venice Beach who are threatened and harassed and possibly could be the next victims of a hit and run. Didn't we have a hit and run in Venice Beach on the boardwalk? You did nothing. Didn't we have another hit and run with regards to Dean Pregerson, P-R-E-G-D-O-N, E-R-S-O-N? Insult after insult. Post the rewards, post the decisions, and I don't even know who this murder of Serene Chris Donian is. I don't know if he's black, Hispanic, other, or a badass person in this world. It doesn't say. I can't have a conscience for this person. Even Weezer walks away and his DUI. Look at that. DUI.
You're not on the subject.
But again, hit and runs are a murder. The death of Alias on March 10, 2015. The robberies in Mr. Wesson and LaBonge area, a series of robberies which can lead to a death.
You're not on the subject. Mr. Herman, thank you. Okay, members, let's prepare. His time, eliminate his time. He refuses to stay on the subject. Okay, Mr. Hunt, did you want to speak on this? Come forward.
HellToTheNiggers.com.
Stay on the subject.
How you know I was off the subject? They kill niggers. They kill Jews.
No, stay on the subject. Stay on the
subject. They give
subject.
rewards for niggers. They give reward for Jews. That's what they do. The reward. How many of us got rewards for killing niggers?
Mr. President, he is not talking about this item.
This is your last warning. Say it one more time. Your time's expired.
How many of us got rewards for killing? Got you there, huh?
Close.
Yeah, this is what the city of Los Angeles do. They kill people. The accidents, the robberies, the homicides. They assassinate people. Is assassination up under there? Is it about killing or is it about the reward? Or is it about both? Or is it about killing people like Dr. King and Malcolm X, getting rewards?
Stay on the subject.
Or is it
Stay
people
on the
like
subject.
killing like Robert F. Kennedy, getting rewards? Is that a reward? Is that what Los Angeles did? Did they give a reward for Robert F. Kennedy?
Stay on. You're not on the subject. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Okay, let's prepare to vote. Let us no applause. Disruption of the meeting. No applause. I will not warn you again. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. LaBonge
For a quick introduction, we have one of the greatest observation decks of any public building in the United States, and one of the few observation decks here in central Los Angeles. I had an opportunity to run into Sabrina Bruce right here. She is a tour guide and on her day off wanting to learn more about the many beauties of Los Angeles and here at the Grand City Hall, Los Angeles. Please give a Los Angeles City Council welcome to Sabrina Bruce right here. Stand up, Sabrina. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 39, called special by Mr. Walsh. Item 39, Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or J. Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. Is this a typo? Installation of speed humps? There's humping going on here, but that concerns Glenn Dakin, the mayor. I'm telling you, Gay Lover. You mean speed bumps, not humps, bumps. In fact, I consider this dirty. I consider this foul and obscene, speed humps. Installation of speed, we're all for the installation of speed bumps on Rosanna Street by the Mountain Recreation and Conservancy Authority, but we're 100% against anyone on speed humping on the street. We don't need to hump on the street. Oh, they do it in Hollywood all the time.
Stay on the
HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Item 41, Mr. Herman.
Angelinos. This is a motion by Jose Huizar, who no longer resides to sit in his seat to hear public
Stay
operation.
on the subject.
I'm reading the motion, sir, and it says, damage artistically decorated traffic signals cabinet to the Little Tokyo Service Center. I'm very surprised that Mr. Huizar shows some little attention to the Asian Americans, my neighbors.
Stay on that.
I'm talking about the values of damaged art in the Little Tokyo Service Center down the street from here. And it says the Little Tokyo Service Center is eligible to pursue Los Angeles Department of Transportation cabinet removed for the 6th and Main Street below market value for $1 in accordance with the Los Angeles Administrative Code section 2255-54 donation surplus city equipment and policy adapted to the council on November 28, 2006 council file number 404-18212 Little Tokyo Service. Again, I'm on subject because it says center is a nonprofit organization better located in the city of Los Angeles has been established exactly to further. And so the point is this: the city attorney will expedite preparation to approve documents that will effectuate the sale for $1, and you, the taxpayers, will bamboozled over the identified surplus equipment that we will just store and have in the city coffers, in the basement, in the attic, rusting and going nowhere. The same provisions you don't provide for elderly and the disabled in the Little Tokyo area to enjoy and relax the
Stay
comfort
on this subject.
of artistically decorated traffic signs. And when next time I take my dog for a walk, I'll make sure he has a leg full.
Thank you. All right, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. Parks, you ready on item 30, maybe?
Thank you.
Okay.
On 30 or 15?
If you're ready, we can do both.
Okay, 15, be very quick.
We'll go 15.
Colleagues, you passed out a document from the CLA's office that just adds to the report that shows the specific designation of the vendors and the council districts that it covers. And we hope the city clerk has that for the record. So that's all we want to ask that be moved with that additional information. Now we can go to item.
Let us prepare to vote. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Parks, I got a couple of cards
Okay.
on 30. How do you want to deal with them?
Go with the cards first.
Okay, if I could get Mr. Walsh, Mr. Herman, and Mr. Hunt. How was our time? Mr. Walsh has a minute.
John Walsh
Mr.
on
Herman's out of
item
town.
30, the unsolved murder of Brandon Jamal Shorts. Well, I want to absolutely apologize. I made an outrageously exaggerated and said that there was one payout in
Stay
the past
on
quarter of a
this
century.
item.
I'm talking about payoffs and rewards. And now I'm told by Herb Wesson that there were 2 payoffs in a quarter of a century, although he doesn't mention who the other one is. I just want to say to the relatives of Brandon Jamal Shorts, you are being exploited. You're adding an additional 6 months to the unsolved murder. When you're black and you're murdered in this city of Los Angeles by the LAPD or anybody else,
You're not
no
on the
one
top.
gives a damn, least of all this all-white jury.
Okay, let us, I think, Mr. Hunt. You're out of time, Mr. Herman. You're out of time. So, Mr. Hunt.
The unsolved murder of this young kid, African Americans, Jews, Hispanics. Anytime you get murdered in the city of Los Angeles, it's a damn shame that the police department don't have resources, but they have enough resources to take you to jail for BS, but not enough resources to solve murders. This young kid right here was murdered and it haven't been solved. Let's get it solved. HellToTheNiggers.com.
Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll. Mr. Parks, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Let me just ask the public, and this is request for renewal, came from the family and also the detectives. And we asked that on this be renewed on the incident that occurred on November the 18th at 3:25 p.m. Brandon Jamal Shorts was shot while stopped at the intersection of 71st Street and Western by an unknown suspect on a bicycle. We're asking that we renew the $50,000 reward. Any information from the general public to assist the family and the detectives to bring this to a conclusion is to contact David Ross, who is a detective, Detective Bertha Durazo, at 77th Area Homicide, 213-485-1383, and we're asking to renew the $50,000 reward.
Okay, let us prepare to vote. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mitchell Englander. Okay, we'll go on to item 1. Held special by 4 cards.
Massis Bagdarzian. Trying to read the writing. Sorry. Yes, come on up. Shady Grove. Tahunga.
Hello. My name is Harut Bagdasarian. Is that who you're referring to?
No, that's on, yeah, same address, though.
Yes.
Okay, I guess there's two different people, two different
Yes.
cards filled out? Okay.
Is it all right if I begin?
Sure.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to bring these complaints before you, although I am uncertain as to why we're voting today. As of this morning, I contacted the Department of Building and Safety's financial department, and they have already told me that a lien has been placed against the property on January 13th. This issue here is not one of a failure to pay a bill. The issue here is government corruption and a lack of an impartial review board. Here, I asked Ackley Padilla of Nuri Martinez's office what happened during the investigation, and he said that he called the Department of Building and Safety and asked them if the information was accurate. And, you know, he contacted the very body that's being accused of corruption. Did you ever believe that they were going to say, yes, we did it, you caught us? But you accept their words as gospel. The problem here is that there is no safeguards for the arbitrary denial of life, liberty, or property by the government. As Wesley Hernandez of Philip Fuentes' offices once told me, the city can do whatever it wants. And I'm here to tell you that we, the people, will not let you do that. Either you will have cause to remove those characters from the Department of Building and Safety who are abusing their powers, reverse the harms they have caused, or your failure to do so, we the people will remove you from office. We want to know why we were forced to have earthquake reinforcements on a non-load-bearing wall. We want to know that when there was one outstanding bill that they told us needed to be paid, and when we paid it, suddenly other bills showed up. I want to know that when we complained, they told us, why did you complain? Now that you did so, we're going to come after you more aggressively than ever before. And suddenly, another property was reported with order to comply, and the tenants were told to vacate the property by October 2014, this last year. And they put pressure on us, and they continue to do so because you, the City Council, has let them do this. Thank you.
And we had one other card. Massis?
Hello, my name is Massis Mike Bagdasarian. I don't know how many of you over here you're going to believe that your inspector has discriminatory character. And to me, the people that they have discriminatory character, they have no business of being in public service. Since code enforcement establishment up to date, I mean up to Mr. Eric Jackman came to our life, we never had problem. There was so many inspectors. We never had problem with any of them. We never had problem with any kind of bills. In this particular case, the tenant moved out, and he said that he paid the bill, and I believe him. I have no reason to not to believe it. After that, I called the finance department. They said, no, the bill has not been paid. I said, okay, what should I do? The tenant was moved out. He said, you should talk to your inspector. I tried to find the inspector. They gave me the number of Mr. Henry Bagdasarian, which was the inspector at the time of the inspection. When I contacted him, he said, no, I moved from the area and there is a new inspector, you should talk to him. So until I find Mr. Willie Ross, the new inspector, he said there is an outstanding bill that you have to pay. I said, okay, fax it to me. So he sent me the bill, I paid the bill, period. Is there any other bills? No. I called the finance department, is there any other bill? No. So bill has been paid. After that, I heard that Mr. Eric Jackman is creating bills and bills and bills. So he has his own personal problem, and already I decided to file a lawsuit, and it's in the court now, so we're going to go from there. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other cards on this, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take item 29 next. We've got cards on that as well. Richard Schulman, followed by Doug Cooper, followed by Scott Trayford. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Richard Schulman on behalf of Target.
We're just here to show our support for the project, support for the Plum recommendation, opposition to the appeal, the CEQA appeal. I will defer to Mr. Trafford and his counsel, Mr. Leroy, to address the specifics. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Doug, followed by Scott. Is Scott here too?
I'm Doug Cooper. I'm here on behalf of Target, and we're in support of the applicant on this project.
Followed by Brian Leroy.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. Scott Trafford, TI-CREF. I'm the ownership representative for Westwood Marketplace. It's a retail commercial building in Westwood, Target, Ralph's. We're adding a simple elevator in the exterior of the building. We've been through local design review board in Westwood, unanimous approval there, went to the APC, got approval there, met with Plum, got approval there. The appellant is claiming that we missed some CEQA documents, which is not the case. It passes all Secretary Standard issues. It's his means to try and change the design of an elevator that, in his view, he doesn't like. It's a very simple issue. We've broken no laws. We followed the procedures. We've got approval from the city historical preservationists, a number of other historical preservationists. The appellate has made no argument legally or from historical preservationist point of view to change the design of what's been approved. I'm here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian Leroy, followed by Stephen Sand. Stephen, next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian Leroy, Manat, Phelps & Phillips, representing the property owner. I'll be brief. This is a CEQA appeal, and under the state CEQA guidelines, a project that follows the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation is presumed to have a less than significant impact. The Design Review Board, the Planning Director, the Area Planning Commission all agreed with the current design and made specific findings that it meets all 10 Secretary standards. The City's Office of Historic Resources has been involved every step of the way, and they reaffirmed the project's compliance at the Plum Committee last week, including a thorough response to the appellant's claims. In fact, multiple experts have agreed with this design, including, I might add, the LA Conservancy, and not one single historian or expert on historical architecture has supported the appellant's opinion on this. We urge you to deny this appeal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephen? Followed by Stephen Resnick.
How much time will I receive, sir?
2 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, Steve Sand, one of the appellants. I'm the chairman of the Westwood Community Council. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, however, and you'll also hear from the president of the Westwood Homeowners Association. Respectfully to the previous speakers, I think the inconvenient truth is that the facts actually don't support what they say. When they say that this project fully meets and has made no errors, meets all the standards of the Secretary of Interior, they conveniently omit the fact that they destroyed, the ownership allowed TI-CREF and Target to destroy an entire grove of trees, the original trees that were planted in 1951, and they've now been ordered to replace them. But unfortunately, they're not replacing them in kind. They were 70 and 60-foot trees. We have photographic evidence that they were planted at that site, and they've been only ordered to replace them at 20 and 30 feet. One of the commissioners on the Area Planning Commission made that note that it was wrongfully done. But specifically with regard to this elevator, we are very supportive of the elevator being installed. Our community is going to use that elevator. We support the location. What we do not support is the exterior design, because the Secretary of Interior Standard, Standard 9, says that new additions shall be differentiated from the old and will be compatible with historic materials, features, etc. But when you read your planning determination, just one sentence, it says the new elevator shall match the surroundings. Well, how can it be differentiated if it's ordered to match the surroundings? You have a conflict here, prima facie. And this is what a judge is going to have to deal with, because we would ask that you approve this appeal, have this go back, and have the recladding done with glass. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for the elevator to be moved, changed in size, shape, just the exterior, so that it does what the Secretary of Interior Standard says, which is to contrast, to be differentiated, and not to match as your planning department directed. It's a very simple matter, so we ask that you actually grant the appeal. Thank you.
Good morning, Council members. Stephen Resnick, President of the Westwood Homeowners Association.
the largest homeowner association in Westwood, supporting with about approximately 2,500 members. I'm also the secretary of the neighborhood council, but speaking for the homeowners association. We urge you to support us today. We believe in historic buildings. We believe in our community very strongly. And this is a major historic building in Westwood, and we believe that adding the elevator as currently designed does not meet the federal guidelines as previously discussed. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. John Walsh? Oh, sorry, John, never mind. We'll go ahead and note and file your card. Okay, that concludes all the cards. Mr. Koretz, did you wish to speak on this? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Before us today is an appeal based on the California Environmental Quality Act and its application to a simple elevator. This case was heard 3 times at the Westwood Design Review Board, and despite the board, which is largely made up of architects, unanimously approving the design of this simple yet much-needed elevator, an appeal was filed with the West LA Planning Commission. After a several-hour hearing, the Area Planning Commission denied the appeal and approved the elevator, thereby sustaining the decision of the architectural professionals who originally approved the elevator and its design. Still unsatisfied, this item has now reached our council for yet another bite at the apple. When a large property owner with major corporate tenants has difficulty enduring the time and financial costs of prolonged delays, I don't know how small businesses and small property owners are going to survive in Westwood Village. This has become the discussion in the Westwood Village business community. Most business people in the area think this has had a terrible effect on our revitalization and our efforts to retain and attract new businesses. This has just been too difficult. And so I think we have to stop torturing our business community in West Hollywood. I think this is just going too far. Our planning department and city attorney have reviewed this and stated that CEQA has been satisfied and that the project complies with the Secretary of the Interior standards. And I would ask you that you join me today in denying this appeal so a simple elevator can finally be installed.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other speakers on the queue, no other cards, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. Thank you very much. Next item, please. Oh, Mr. Steele has a special announcement as well. I'd like to turn the floor over to the council member from the first.
Mr. President, thank you. I have the honor and privilege of introducing someone, an illustrious producer. In fact, she produced the great Academy award-winning feature film Capote. Many of you remember that. But she's more than that. Lisa Miches is the executive director of the Manito Abi Festival. And Lisa is one of the most dynamic and respected producers in the film industry, and she happens to be Ojibwe from the Long Plain First Nation. One of her recent projects, We Were Children, is widely praised by the residential school survivors for its power to heal, while general audiences have been moved by this truth of Canada's colonial past. She's produced numerous projects, including The Sharing Circle, which was 500-plus episodes, Canada's longest-running Aboriginal television series, Teepee Tales, a Parents' Choice Award-winning children's series, and Elijah, a Gemini Award-winning movie of the week. The list goes on and on. Lisa's a huge leader in the film industry and also in the Native American communities. With that, please stand. Lisa Miches, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your invitation to the festival. With that, members, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and suspend the regular meeting so we can open the special meeting. If we could please call the roll for the special meeting.
Very good, sir. Blumenfield, Bonabusca, Cedillo, Angler, Fuentes, Huizar, Carrasco, Corinne, Labaz, Martinez, O'Farrell, Parks, Price, Wesson, 12 members present.
Great. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go ahead and have a minute on each item.
And those are items 45 and 46 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, great. And we'll go ahead and take those items together as well. So, Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or J. Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. My favorite subject, the Los Angeles Convention Center adjacent to the Farmers Fantasy Field, the field that doesn't exist except in your imagination. Okay, what this is doing is AEG wants to make some money there. So they sat down with you people up here, with the city council, and decided to jack up the parking fees. This will, some of it, 2 or 3 times higher than what is now, because AEG lost $40 million on the fantasy farmers field. It isn't going to happen. They spent $40 million because they listened to you instead of us. So what we're saying here is no raising of parking fees. They call it parking resources additional revenue. That means where it used to cost you $2, it'll cost you $5. And as far as the next one, 46, this is again an invasion of the public right-of-way. City engineer, a revocable permit to close and fence. In other words, what we have here is city property. It's our property, and it's being handed over and fenced for private for a private organization. The track map will be changed. The public right-of-way will be changed. Again, we don't need anything that says revocable permit. That doesn't make any sense. That means like a heterosexual gay. Revocable permit doesn't make any sense. HollywoodHighlands.org, and no raising of convention center parking.
Thank you, Herman. Come on up.
In all due respect, it's Mr. Herman, sir, Councilman Englander.
Stick to the item, and your clock is ticking.
So what? I'm talking about Farmer Field, AEG, the losers who lost the NFL contract because of your greed, your abuse, and your fraud, and now they're washed out. All because of a relative option of generating additional revenues, again, additional revenues for what? Parking fees. Now let me get on to point number 46, item 46, called special losers. And it says, Mr. Huizar and Fuentes, relative to revocable permit to close and fence and occupy and construct a public right-of-way on the northerly terminus of the what? Yeah. And let me remind you, when it comes to the public, from your dumb little book upstairs, Mr. Englander, it says, what does equal access entail for me? First, people with disabilities have 3 standards of civil rights: no exclusion, no segregation, and no retaliation. And it is unlawful to regulate against people with disability to put up a fence in a public area that we, the taxpayers, built the convention center and built this so-called right-of-ways. So if you continue to disrupt our enjoyment to the convenience and necessity of enjoyment of public right-of-ways, Hollywood Highland John Walsh would say, you can call me I'm crazy and whatever, but you're crazy.
Okay, thank you, Armando. Eric Previn.
Yes, it's Eric Previn, a city resident from Studio City in Council District 2. And this item 45 caught my attention because it is a Blumenfield initiative to scratch the collective head to see about additional parking revenue down at the LA Convention Center. One quick idea would be, why don't we make parking available for free to film shoots and various folks like that, because that would generate revenue, certainly on the B side, from keeping jobs here in Los Angeles and Hollywood. Filming downtown is a very good location, looks like New York, so that's a constructive solution. The other possibility is, why not put free parking in for people who are willing to take a shuttle to the Sportsman's Landing on Coldwater in Ventura, where Mr. Krikorian gave to Richard Weintraub a 9,000 square foot firehouse in exchange for half price that will now become a
He is not speaking about this
sort
item.
of valet parking gym over the objection
Stay
of
on the item,
residents.
Mr. Previn. Stay on the item.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, you are. Okay, thank you so much. With that, we'll go ahead and take the items separately. There is a technical amendment that's been circulated as well. On the first item, we'll go ahead and open the roll. 45. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Great, thank you. Item 46, please, is before us. As amended.
Yes, sir. The first vote would be on whether to substitute, and that's we have substitute motion Weezer Martinez before you.
Okay, and we'll vote on those. We'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Great, thank you. And that'll go ahead and adjourn the special meeting.
Pardon me, sir. Substitute motion 46 is now before you.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Okay, go ahead and open the roll on the substitute. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Great, okay. Now we'll go ahead and conclude and adjourn the special meeting and go ahead and continue now back into the regular agenda. I believe that brings us to the matters under a closed session. So if we can, we've got cards on those first. Okay, 42, we don't have to take cards, so we can go ahead and take that matter up now.
Mr. President, in regards to item...
Does anybody wish to speak on 42? Can we go ahead and vote on 42? So, seeing none? Okay, we'll go ahead and open the roll on item...
And pardon me, sir, for item 42, in the case entitled Cheryl Eichley versus City, there is a recommendation to expend $2,450,000 in settlement.
Okay, go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. All right, and we'll go ahead now and go into closed session on the other two items. No, it's public comment first. Sorry, we do have cards on those. Eric Previn. Item 44.
Oh, item 44. This is not public comment. Not public comment, item 44?
Item
correct?
44. It's
Okay,
the card
fine,
you
thank
filled out, sir.
Yes, no, that's correct. Somebody else informed me. Thank you, sir. It's Eric Previn, city resident from District 2. And this has to do with, obviously, the very important case that was filed in April of 2011. It's the Willits versus City of Los Angeles ADA case you're all familiar with. Curbs, sidewalks. Folks who are impaired and have wheels cannot function in a city that does not have these pieces in place. We've known for a very long time, Krikorian can tell us about how years ago it was a little mix-up for funding, but now it has been an elongated period. This needs to be settled properly. This is a class act. This is the worst because the city continues to put aside a teeny amount of money, $7 million, $24 million, and then throw its hands up in the air, appalled that it hasn't been spent properly. And then the earmarking of that funding is not for the actual job at hand. It's for senior engineers at the Board of Engineering and or whatever it's called. And I must tell you, folks, I know these things are difficult, but the obligation of our leaders is to protect all of the constituents. A substantial portion of the constituents are impaired. Cities need to function properly. Steve Lopez has written about it if you don't like my particular appearance or appeal. Everybody loves Steve Lopez. The sidewalks are like this. Anyone see that at home? No, of course not, because Mr. Wesson is slinking in the back, hiding behind a wall from his public. We are the public, sir. We know what we think, and we are prepared to share our thoughts in a constructive manner with this city council, and yet this city council is completely checked out. I mean, even Mr. Weezar is deep in reading, and we know how studious. I'm shocked by this, and I would ask this board, this council rather, to consider settling this case forthwith. I don't know if there's an offer on the table. I know the ramifications are large on this. We all know that. But think about the individuals who are facing a curb with wheels. The city property is our priority to get it squared away, but it shouldn't be our priority to reduce lawsuits. It should be our priority to bring people in the doors.
Thank you, Mr. Previn. So that concludes public comment on both of these items. We're going to go ahead and go into closed session now, pursuant to the rules. If we can please ask the sergeants to clear council chambers, unless it's staff specifically here on those particular items, then we'll go ahead and clear council chambers. And that's members of the public. Please leave council chambers, and we'll go into closed session. Thank you so much.
we have another, one more. Continue it?
Is it a press conference? No, I'm going to get you. You have to continue the press conference. Jose, the press conference. You have to continue. Because the press.
Nobody left in my job.
Mr. Clerk, what is before us?
Mr. President, that brings us back to item number 44. We have motion Krikorian-Wesson before you. I believe the city attorney will address the matter further.
Yes, and this is subject to court approval. And for the record, item 42 was also subject to court approval. This is Willits versus City of Los Angeles. Council has before it approval of the term sheet. The points briefly are a program access fund. The settlement shall include an annual commitment of $31 million per year for 30 years to be used for program access improvements. There's a prioritization of access improvements, access request program, features on curb ramps, site constraints, technical infeasibility, and unusually expensive remediation, exemption for program access improvements. There's a reference to support costs, new construction alterations, sidewalks of other government agencies. There also is references to dispute resolution, first-year grace period, service awards, where the city shall pay service awards to each of the individual class representatives in Willits, an amount of $5,000, and attorney's fees and costs. The city will pay $15 million, and these terms will be discussed further at a press conference.
Thank you. So the matter is before us. It's time to vote. Mr. Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 43. There's been a request to continue that matter to April 14.
Seeing no objection, that item is continued until April 14th. That brings us to...
I'm sorry, sir. Council has motions for post... excuse me. That brings us to general public comment.
I thought so. We have just a few cards here. Sean, followed by Jose Martinez, followed by John Walsh.
Keep us up. Keep us outside for an hour and a half. It's ridiculous. My fans are asking me, my face should be shown at the council meetings, and my face should be shown. Everybody's face should be shown, not small. Make it big. I want to say to my fans, to my good fans, have a happy Easter and happy lousy recess.
Next speaker is Jose Martinez. I don't see him here, so we'll go to Mr. Walsh, followed by Mr. Herman.
John Walsh at HollywoodHighlands.org. I heard the phrase $15 million. Let's, I want you to disagree with what I say. The mayor has a gay spouse. He's in FPCC violation because he has a heterosexual spouse and a gay spouse. And his gay spouse is Glenn Dake. Okay, you denied me before. Correct me. No, you can't because you all know it's true. Okay, you are...
This is general public comment. There's not a dialogue.
Trying to get rid of Scientology, the L. Ron Hubbard street sign. We say to Scientology, your enemies are Shelby Grad, Austin Butner, Robert Greene. As far as vote, we're saying vote if you're in the 4th District in May for David Rue. Remember, David Rue for City Council, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Mr. Herman, followed by Mr. Previn.
I can't believe it. Mr. Murphy has the audacity to use the F-bomb back here today. Thank you, Sean Murphy. Thank you. And again, we're having and conducting a business at 1 p.m. The Board of Public Works, Hearing Room 350, City Hall, 200 North Spring Street, Los Angeles, California, 90012, Wednesday, April 1st at 1 p.m. And guess who was there and going back there? Me, you knuckleheads, because you look like fools under the case Wiltz versus the City of Los Angeles, and you're going to gut out $15 million for your stupidity, your arrogance, not to comply for what? The American Disability Act, for people to have safe sidewalk and streets. And you're hearing it today from who other than, yes, Michael Hunt, Ninth Circuit. These are illegal barriers here. And it's on record for you, Eric Garcetti, the mayor. Take down the ropes and the barriers. ADA compliance.
Mr. Previn, followed by Mr. Hunt, if he's still here.
Thank you, City Council. It is Eric Previn, a resident from CD2. If the Willits case has been settled, that's good news. I missed the read-in, so we'll look for that in the newspaper. I wanted to bring to the Council's attention the very serious concern about city surplus property being given away at discounts to folks who are doing work in the form of a luxury not condo, it's a shopping mall on Coldwater Canyon. 4230 Coldwater Canyon is the piece of property that was handed to Mr. Weintraub at a very, very low price. And we should have held on to that because we could have generated revenue off of that land from a luxury mall, just like the Fat Cats do. And the city needs revenue, and we like revenue that is not about tagging the residents for parking fines and fees Mr. Blumenfield and others are looking for. We are interested in meaningful revenue off of the growth in our communities, which I think is contrary to some of the plans you guys all have about lowering the hotel to giving them the free hotel. So I'm really asking that the Mayor Garcetti step forward and reverse, if that decision has not gone through about that piece of property, and make it so that the city can hold on to it and can continue to enjoy some revenue over time that we can then put into the fire fund.
Thank you, Mr. Previn. Thank you. Your time is up. All right, that concludes public comment. Mr. Clerk, where does it leave us?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
The desk is finally clear.
All right. Members, any announcements today? Please stand for adjourning motions. Are there any adjourning motions today? Don't see any to my right, to my left. There are no adjourning motions. That concludes this meeting. We're adjourned. Thank you.